Live at Rock and Roll Mine in Herkimer County. I'm Sean Adam, your host, and this is WROX. We report the rocks daily, weekly, and monthly. Hell, we're here yearly. Allison is here. She was here before me. I wasn't even here yet. She was here. I don't know how that happened. She is on time. This is a beautiful Herkimer diamond that we discovered last night in a pocket that produced around 100 crystals. Some are large, some are small, but there are around 100 of them, and we count them like we count souls. It doesn't matter if you're a baby or if you're a big fat guy. You still get counted as one. So here we are. This has an anthracite inclusion. I was told, I think it's this one, I was told that it has a carbon floating in hydro somewhere. I don't know where. I will have to look at that a little closer. I think it's over here somehow. I have to mess around with them a little bit to see which way they float. But I will consult Michael and Ryan on that later, or the video. I think somebody says something about it in the video. I have not reviewed the videos yet. We're here in this area where this crystal was extracted from, and some really nice crystals came out of this area. Nice rock and roll mine. Crystals, high clarity, really beautiful crystals. This one was kind of, sort of sitting there. May have had some other crystals attached to it. I don't think it was a percher. I think this was the top of a cluster that had some other crystals happening down here. But this is a nice one. There are other really nice ones. We'll go check those out. Bring a few things. I am going to... I got a new tripod, so I think we'll be able to make a reasonably good video. Once I get that set up. But until then, it will not be a good video. So just bear with me for one moment. I think I'm going to set up this camera. I'm not quite sure that this pocket has fulfilled its destiny yet. But I'm sure it's pretty close to being empty. It might not be completely empty. We're gonna find out together. I'm gonna do a little snooping around in there. after we see some of these crystals and I activate a safety meeting and do the appropriate things that need to be done for a situation like this, which is rare. Michael is here. We've hit a significant pocket. It deserved a name, and my good friend and our resident geologist had a chance to name a pocket. We asked Michael, what do you think this should be named? And he said Thunderbird. Thunderbird Pocket. T-bird. So we all have pieces from this pocket. Those boys have left as of today. They are headed on their way to another adventure and back to Florida. It seems that we've uncovered some interesting clusters. Last night I was handing these crystals out of the pocket and not really taking very much time to swipe them myself or see them myself. I think this one has a high likelihood of somehow being associated with this one, somehow, something here, somehow, somewhere. In an alternate universe where it's okay to glue crystals back together, I would glue that. But in this world that we live in, which is in fact where we live, I would not glue that. Nothing against people who do, I just don't. But I like the ones that are. It's not that I don't like them. It's that I just don't do that. I play guitar, but I just don't read music. Just don't do that. But I'll make up my own damn songs all day long, okay? And I'll play them for you back the same exact way that I made it up. And I'll remember the words and everything, and half the time I won't even write them down. Wow. So I just don't glue crystals. I just go all free form with it. Free form jazz. However this happened, it happened. And, you know, they made a decision. They made a decision to break away. Why? Who am I to come back and be like, oh no, you're supposed to be stuck over there to that? But in reality, the fact is they made a decision a long time ago not to be stuck to that. And who the hell am I? Some jackass 249 million years later comes back with some glue? No thank you. Okay, here's another one that will never be glued to anything because it's beautiful. Even though it has a little touch mark on its butt, I do not care. And here, 2 touch marks. Might glue back together with that other thing. Is that gonna happen? I think we all know the answer to that. This is beautiful. Amazing. I didn't rip these clusters apart. Or this cluster, I don't know. Who knows? I don't know. I can't even imagine how many there were. But these are some of the crystals that are coming from this, and they're quite gemmy. Some of them are kind of chunky. Not huge or anything. We've found bigger together. But the fact of the matter is, they're all different and they're all beautiful and they all deserve respect. Here's some kind of crazy thing. I don't know what that's made out of really, but it's pretty cool. These are really, really gemmy, really nice. I like them a lot. I think other people will like them. We have a good amount of jewelry material from this. This is some kind of a crystal scabbard. That's a gem right there. So, a lot of work was done in these past 10 days, under direction of me, of course, and I did a lot of the work. Ryan did a lot of the work. Michael did a lot of the work, and we found a lot of crystals. I think we found in total around 1.5 pounds of Herkimer diamonds in the past 10 days. And that's a little higher than average for an operation like this. A little higher. It's on par. It's on par with rock and roll production. We got some, but the best part about it is not the crystals that we found, but rather the best part about it is that a new kind of area of the mine was developed and some more development can continue. This is pretty much winding down to the end of the season for 2023. So all of this work had to be done to prepare for next season. Can't just keep mining the same areas expecting similar results. So different areas of the mine have to be uncovered, they have to be developed, and they have to be prospected. And that takes machines or machine people. So I am a machine person year-round here, and a couple other machine people come, wrecking crew guys, and we turn into one transformer of machine. And we just really have to be on the same page. We have to be in the same groove, and that takes a few days, and then next thing you know, enough work is done and things start happening. Wrecking crew miners don't mine in the same areas that were mined in the year before, because that would be pointless. So a lot of wrecking crew season, the part of the season that wrecking crew comes, is more of an adventure, and it's more of a treasure hunting expedition and an archaeological expedition, because we find a lot of trash. And then we get to the geological expedition part of it, where we find some rocks. And then maybe, if we're lucky, which we always are lucky, we find some cool crystals, and we find a new area, and we prospect until we find that new area. And then the Wrecking Crew boys get some gems, and we all have spent time together. And then those boys go back to doing the shows, doing other mining prospects. They have their own things going on. So that's been the past 10 days. I haven't been doing lives in the same format that I normally do lives for the past 10 days because it's just a different thing, and we just needed to get through work and just be a machine, all jokes aside. So I had to review all my Norm Macdonald material and my, I had to renew some contracts with some sponsorships and things like that early this morning. And I'm pretty sure that we've secured with our amazing content and all of our finds, because don't forget that these videos are to prove to our sponsors that we're definitely finding crystals and that they should absolutely send us more donuts. We are beholden to the shareholders, and based on derivatives, I talked to Bob this morning, and after the guys left, and I was able to get on the top secret red phone that blinks whenever Bob needs to talk to us. I was able to pull that out of this top secret, super secret drawer. I called Bob. Bob said the numbers are in the green. That's what he said. He said in the green, not the yellow or the red, purple, black, green. Okay? So, based on that new information, I think that it would be and this is insider trading information right now, so I'm only telling you guys this because we're friends, but I'm saying that stock on rock and roll is to the moon, okay? To the moon. That's what Bob said. He said he'd heard about that on Reddit and in some forum with a bunch of guys who know about numbers. And he said that he thinks that it applies to this particular situation to the moon. Numbers are up, okay? Way up. All right, I just want you guys to know about this, okay? We need to talk about Tabby Hawknose. All right, boom, numbers go up. What about cathedral growth, multiple points like mountaintops, fat chunky babies? Okay. Shareholders and participants, I think we all know a good palmer is any palmer. What's this thing mean? I don't know what that means. It has some otherworldly message. Geometrical correspondences to divine mathematics. I don't know how it all works. Let's figure it out. How about How is this so clear? How did that happen? I don't know. It just is. It's even clearer because it's got some fog stuff going on it. And, you know, this is what I like to spend my time doing. And for that reason, this is what I'm left with. So have that be a lesson to anyone who thinks being a miner in the middle of nowhere is a great idea, all right? Cautionary tale. You know what's gonna happen? You're gonna have a bunch of kick-ass gems. Everybody else wants motorcycles. Okay, you hear them all around me, motorcycles. That's because that's what they want. So they have a bunch of motorcycles. That's not what I want. I don't want motorcycles. I have some motorcycles. If anybody out there is one of those people who wants motorcycles, you really, really want motorcycles, I got some motorcycles, but I don't really want them. So you can take those right off my hands. Because I'm selling everything in my life so that I can just look at these crystals sitting on a ledge of a mountain, one mountain. I don't want to have multiple mountains. I'm just getting one mountain, one. So, if you appreciate that concept, then you'll get where I'm coming from. Here's the thing. It has some wax on it from the candle from last night. I think they got a little bit intimate when no one was looking. It's okay. I don't know what they do. It's none of my business. All right. What about this crazy thing? I don't know what it is. Seems like a UFO. Probably is. Here's some kind of golden thing. It's not made out of gold. It's pretty rusty. It's like a clustery, iron-coated, magnificent, clear crystal under there. It might be one of the clearest ones, actually, because I think it was pretty protected, sitting down in some clay. Doesn't seem to be too cloudy. It's got a cool black anthracite sprinkling, peppering. It's peppery. I like pepper. Here's a cool cluster. It's also got some nice anthracite inclusions. A lot of people have a lot of dogs, you know. Dogs and motorcycles. Those are the things that they want. All right, so here I have a whole shitload of tiny, well, no, they're not tiny. Nothing in this is tiny. That's not tiny. But, I don't know, there's like fucking 60 of them in there. These are all the ones that I pulled, all the ones that Michael pulled, and all the ones that Ryan pulled out of this area, they kept for themselves. And this pocket, the actual pocket, these all belong to the mine. So, I have to sacrifice these back to the mine, and it's one big recycling effort. All right? So all of this just gets thrown right back into the mine. And the way that I do that is I show them to people and I say, is this the one that you like the best? After they're all cleaned up, and then somebody eventually says, that's the one that I like the best. And then it goes on an airplane or a boat and has an adventure until it reaches its new destination. And then the electricity stays on at the mine for another 42 hours. See how that works? It all comes back to electricity. We're just converting piezoelectricity back into electricity for the mine, and then we're able to cook more hamburgers so that we can turn that into electricity that ends up going all the way into a human finger that shows you a crystal. Here's a dirty one. Here's another dirty one. They just come right out of the earth just like this. It's dirty on the bottom because it was sitting in a bunch of stuff and it was sitting kind of like that. So, it's dirty there. It was attached to another cluster, or it was part of a cluster. But look how long that was not part of the cluster anymore. It's probably all rehealed under there. See that? That's cool. That's what I'm talking about. It's rehealed under there. We got all kinds of stuff in here, you know. Came right out of the earth. Here's another one. It's really pretty. Like Allison. It cleans up nice. This will be beautiful and perfect. Well, I am a little bit late sometimes because I don't know about time. And with that in mind, I would like to let everyone know that sometimes it's hard for me to just stop pulling crystals out of the ground when there was a pocket hit. Because it's very important that they all come out of the ground at the same time. They're all friends. They're just going to cool off together. They're going to warm up together. Whatever they need to do. Right? Together. At the same time. So, they're kind of doing that now. They're hanging out. They're doing their thing. They're being crystals, you know. Just being crystals. Figuring out, they're still a little bit dirty. They're figuring out what it's like to be in the outside world. All alone. What kind of responsibilities that might entail. So we got to give them a little bit of time before we just throw them in some liquid that's going to clean all this iron and all this stuff off of it. So they're going to have to just get used to life in the new dimension, just like I had to. And just like you'll have to again in the future. So we have to do it again and again. So here's something that's not stuck together but goes together, and they look like this. Something like that. They're a little cloudy on the outside, like literally cloudy, because this morning it was misty and they all have kind of like a little misting on them, right? This one's square. It's a square that way. It's a square this way. It's also a square that way. This is a rare shape that I found here. It's a square this way. And it's a square. And it's kind of square. But if you look at it in a certain way, it's not square anymore. It's kind of a diamond shape. But mostly, it's definitely a square. Okay, so then this crazy thing kind of attaches with it right there. And it's just like doing a Herkimer diamond thing sitting on top of a square. But these are nice. They're cool. They have really high clarity. And I'm tempted to stick them back together with glue, but I probably definitely will not. But I like to think about it and stick them together in a pile like these go together. But am I going to do that? I'm probably not going to do it. Do I have any glue to do that with? I do not. Do I like to put together puzzles and then take them right back apart again? I do. So, this is a UFO. Even if you don't believe in UFOs, doesn't matter, because this is one and it's right here in front of your face, and I have literal proof with the video scope. Okay? So, don't try to talk any crazy shit about it. This is definitely unidentified. It seems like it's flying, and it is an object. It fits all the descriptions, and here we have one. It may have crashed into this mountain. I really don't know. I can't say for sure. I wasn't there. It was a long time ago. Okay? But it's in here, and we found it. So it has some information in there. It's been proven that these just really contain high amounts of information. I don't know if you can see it in there, but you probably can't read it or something, but it's in there. And I'm pretty sure you can see it. So don't act like you can't, just because you're embarrassed. And you might come under scrutiny from your peers. That's a freaking UFO. I see it, you see it, everybody saw it. Okay, let's continue on. Here's a doublet that's shaped kind of like what, guys and girls? A heart. That's what it's kind of shaped like. I know that, and you know that, and that's cute. So, but more importantly, it is shaped like a Herkimer diamond. And here we have this crazy thing. It's pretty sweet. I don't know if I should just keep going because there's just so many of them from this thing. Here's another one. This one's kind of flat. It has a key mark on its bottom, but don't we all? It's got some kind of yellowishy petroleum kind of a thing going on there. Pretty sure it's going to glow under a UV light, they tell me. That's what the science people say. Doesn't look red like rust. Looks yellow like petroleum. It can happen. I've heard about it, but I don't have a UV light, so I'm just going to imagine one in my head right now, and it's glowing. Look. It's already glowing without a UV light, so I don't need to go buy one. So here's a stepped pattern Herkimer diamond, which is a really cool type of a pattern. It's a type of a cathedral pattern, but it's called stepped or celestial because it steps up to the beautiful celestial levels of the stars. Yeah, so that looks like a mountain or something like that. Here's an interesting shape that I find here that I've never found anywhere else, and I call it, because I'm totally goth, I call it a coffin shape. Maybe it's a coffin if you were like a bat and you needed to have like some space for your wings over here and stuff, but that's goth in itself, so I'm just going to go with it, and I'm going to say coffin shape again out loud. Just put that out there into the algorithm of language, and I might even put an entry on Wikipedia. It's kind of a hawk nose shape. It's pretty drastic. Doesn't really look like a bird head anymore, so I don't know if that's really a hawk nose. It might be, but here, because I make up the rule book, I get to actually just write in rule number 12.79 ACRCCFNZY states in the Rock and Roll Handbook that this crystal is shaped in a coffin shape. I've only found about 10 of them so far. Let's see what else we have in here. Here's a nice one. This one's nice. I like this one. It's kind of smushed there on the top, but I don't really mind. It's actually smushed on the bottom. It's got kind of a anthraxolite inclusion. It's crystal clear, so you can see right to the bottom. I like it. It's cool. I like it when they do that. It's kind of like a garden quartz Herkimer diamond. You can see everything that's included, and it's kind of just there on the bottom, like looking totally awesome. Right? This will be gone, and that'll be a nice window. You'll be able to see all that stuff. Pretty sweet. Here's another similar. Almost its twin. Probably was sitting in the bug right next to it. So yeah, there's all kinds of, crystals. Crystals are cool. Everybody loves crystals, right? Okay, great. Okay. So, with all of that comes great responsibility. And that means here's an interesting find that I will gladly show, which did come out of this area. It came out of this pocket, thunderbird pocket. This is the largest scepter formation that we've found here yet. It's I'm gonna guess. I haven't weighed it. It hasn't left the mountain yet. It's got kind of a smush right here where it was touching over here. I kind of fractured it a little bit there, but it can be cleaned up and everything. So it kind of looks like mushroomy. It's also kind of a tabby scepter. It was definitely touching here and here and here. It was touching some clay, so it didn't affect it, but that's where it was making contact with clay, and then it was making contact with some matrix here and here. So, but that is, in fact, this is the largest intact scepter that we've found to date. This was discovered by Ryan and Michael when they discovered the Thunderbird doorway, which was a large vug that then closed off and then opened up again into the pocket. And this crystal was discovered in that pocket entrance, almost like the front porch of the pocket. So that was a discovery that was made. The pocket was discovered by Michael and Ryan after prospecting the new wave section, lower level. And Thunderbird crystals, which are not part of the pocket, which are part of the vug, are almost exactly like these crystals. So there are more. And with that in mind, we are going to see if there are even more. After a message from our sponsor, remember, safety first, ask questions later. And for WROX, I'm Sean Adam, your host. WROX is a division of Radio Free America. It's a beautiful day in Herkimer County today. In Middleville, we have clear skies, slight low cloud cover with wind north to northwest around 3 miles per hour. It's around 74 degrees. There's a low humidity. this is the time to get in your car, take a drive through the countryside. Stop and get a donut. Have a cup of coffee. Enjoy the beautiful colors of nature before it turns into a frozen tundra of hell. And your life changes. You're wearing Carhartts forever, and your feet are frozen. Enjoy it now. Because Lord knows I have to. Send socks. All of mine have been burned in the fire pit. Let's see if there are any more crystals in here. We're about this far into the safety meeting. I think we'll just go ahead and plunge right in. Right into the We're gonna check it out. This is an overhead view. I got a new tripod, so we can have this view now. And I'm gonna put the new crystals that we're gonna find. There's a tiny little one right there. Or a little shard of a piece of rock. I'm gonna put the new crystals that we find, if we find any. This got cleared for the most part. I have heard that it's my job to check. I've been informed. I was formally informed by a certified mail this morning that if any crystals are not recovered, are lost, stolen, or not retrieved, that I would be held personally responsible by corporate and suffer consequences beyond my wildest imagination if one of these were lost, and that some queen or king somewhere in the world requires 7 of these, and I only have 1 right now, so they told me that the other 6 might be in there and that I better look. So here I go again on my own, going down the only road I've ever known. Like a drifter, I was born to walk alone. But I've made up my mind. I ain't wasting no more time. So here I go again. And then he screams, and I can't do that, so. He screams real loud. I don't want to do that anymore in my life, so I'm not going to do that part of that song, but I think you get the point. shit. How did we got focused on the wrong thing. You know, that happens a lot in life, you know? And then you gotta change a few things if you get focused on the wrong thing. I think that's a good lesson. Don't get focused on the wrong thing for too long. It's okay if it happened, but just don't keep doing it. See, the thing is, last night I had a flashlight, and right now I do not, so I'm gonna go in blind. Hold on. All right, I'm abort mission. Put down the implements. Don't touch the patient. You are not ready yet. Look at that. I'm glad that I didn't do what I was about to do, because I could have just messed the whole thing up. So I'm gonna go get a flashlight. I'm gonna leave this here with you guys here on this very important magical copper thing, and we're just gonna burn that like a little incense for a minute there. At the entrance of, see, this is electrical shit we got here going on. It's fancy magic. I'll be right back after I get my flashlight, which will be rather helpful. WROX is brought to you by Radio Free America. We'll be back in 2 and 2. And I have returned to do things. And we've upgraded from one copper model to the industrial copper model, which rarely comes out. But I know you guys knew I had to have some crazy machine tools somewhere, didn't you? You know? What is that? That's called a 3-in-1. Okay, why? It's 3 of these, baby. Guess what else it is? It's 150,000 million feet long for maximum pleasure. Okay? All right? It's got the energy of 1,000,000 squirrels. A 1,000,000 squirrel power here. That's what we're running. You can get in there 1,000,000 miles all the way to China, I think. First China, then hell. That's the way the roadmap goes. Or so I've been told by people that know. I brought my trusty lightsaber laser beam. Okay, I'm sure you guys can feel the power of that through the screen. That's what it takes to see all the way to the middle of the earth, right here in upstate New York, right around the ass crack of America and Canada, where they all meet up. You just stick it right in there like that. It's not that difficult. We all know how to do it. Okay, the hard part is just really knowing get them out of there without breaking them. This, okay, is your power grid. I don't give a shit what anybody else does. I'm just telling y'all what I do, all right? And you don't have to listen to me. You don't need to. If I was a fisherman, I'd be catching them. Oh, I'd be catching them all day long. Through the telephone. Okay, this ain't being used as a telephone right now, sir or madam. It's probably Bob or Susan. Seemed like a Boise number to me. So I just hit airplane mode, you know what I mean? Just hit it. All right, let's get up in here and see if there's any crystals. We're gonna do it. You know, I think it makes it a little awkward for me. I'm gonna bring you guys down here so you're a little bit closer. So the back of my head. Look how haunted it looks in there, isn't it? It's fitting. It's an October pocket. We got the haunted pocket. Look. Let's see if there's anything else in here. I'm I'm leaning towards probably not, but we're gonna check. That far back. There might be some more stuff. I didn't realize. I thought that was the back. This actually continues and continues. So who knows? I don't know. I'm not going to guarantee anything. But there might be a crystal in here. So here we are again at the scene of the crystal ball. Together, as usual. I haven't seen one yet, but I'm able to get to some areas that I wasn't able to last night with regards to distance. So, who knows? Anything can happen when you go the distance. Why that's just about anything. Probably. I don't know, I've never tried, but this shit'll make your arm sore. For real though, okay? It seems like it might not, but it's kind of an awkward situation. It's like trying to jimmy the car window with a coat hat. But it's the crystals. I might just be pushing them further back. I don't know yet. There's a good possibility. I have done that before. Who knows? I'll let you know. Getting past some dolomite. Dolomite wall. Still the same pocket. check in a different direction. Oh, definitely. There's way, it goes deep right there. I did not realize that before. It goes real deep. Kind of opens into a different area around that corner. Doesn't necessarily mean anything. Just opens up a new space that I didn't realize was there before. And a lot of stuff was falling down into it. So maybe if I clear some stuff, there might be something of interest. Or some floor or some roof so far. Not pulling it all the way out yet because it's not really worth it yet to pull any of it out. Whatever this is, probably a rock. I think something big rock. Rock's gotta go. Okay, let's get a different perspective, different view. All together. All together now. It's difficult to get the view into that. Well, all right. It's not that easy. It's just not that easy. And there's probably crystals in here somewhere. There were quite a few, so there's no way I got all of them. I don't think there's any way, but there might be another deeper area that I didn't even know existed. It seems that's the way it's headed. In case anyone is keeping up with the drama of the pocket. I'm just pulling out stuff, trying to get it down to the floor. Just to try to see where is the floor. So there's one floor on one level, and then there's another and a little seam over here towards the side, and that's where the largest of these crystals came from. And it may have just been sitting in this little area. As the only crystal, and it's what it seemed like before, but I'm just here to verify these things. I see one, I don't know how big it is, but I see a face. Yeah, there's a nice one. Nice gem. Real gemmy. These are all gems. All the small ones are super gems. I've only seen them swiped. We haven't seen any of them clean yet, but that's pretty clean. And we'll put this on this one little part of the ledge where we'll put some crystals that we just found. And then I'll show those as they come out. Wrecking Crew metalsmith Ian Crossman has created in silver the rock and roll skull pendant with some AAA Herkimer diamonds for eyes. It's about the size of a quarter. It's made out of silver. And he's just finishing them up. So soon I'll have one of those to show. That's a Wrecking Crew exclusive. Wrecking Crew only. And those special pendants. We might in the future have some of those available, but they're going to be really cool, and we're going to have them soon. We're also going to have some other jewelry pieces that are available soon. I haven't really seen any more bigger pieces yet. I might just need to look a little closer. With this snake. Like clay. Right now, so far. Which goes along with what I never originally thought that might have been a lot of that. It really was a lot of crystals, so. It wouldn't surprise me if there were more. It wouldn't surprise me if there were not more. It could go either way. This pocket is so low, I can't fit my hand all the way back there. It really just keeps going. Real low under there. Roots. That's what I just pulled. Roots. Okay, so Brother Ryan and Brother Michael were here. They got all kinds of stuff done. They found a lot of beautiful crystals. Really amazing stuff. I was hanging out with them for 10 days. They came here. You know, we ate food together. Spent a lot of time talking about rocks. The tiny ones kind of popping from back there. Well, okay. I had to adjust this tool and find a bucket. I had to find a bucket because the bucket that I was using is not here. This thing is pretty cleaned out. There's a small one. See it floating around. Just a little gem. Okay. So. I'm just going to keep putting these in my bin. All right. I think until I get this rock out, I'm going to have to go the other way because even with this long thing, I don't think I can reach as far or in the right direction or something. I don't know. Maybe I already reached as far as I can possibly reach in that direction. Or just maybe that area is empty. Can't figure it out. So I'm going to try a few more times and then keep it moving. Different direction. It's a little difficult to get all the way back there and still have control over this thing. So, and I don't want to go breaking a bunch of shit already yet. I just want to mess it around and see if it falls out. This is not going to hurt any crystals if it comes in contact with a crystal. It might break some of the rock, but it's not going to hurt a crystal. So don't worry about it. I'm tumbling through this pocket clay. Hopefully. Can't see. It seems like I am. I don't know. Maybe I'm not. I don't know. I'm trying to see how deep it goes, though. It goes pretty deep. I don't see any more crystals bouncing out. Yet. Okay. Let's try going this other way. I think it's worth it. I'm going to have to adjust a few things. We have a telescopic tripod now, which seems to be working out somewhat. It's not broken yet. Okay. Let's see if you can see anything here. Just make sure that we can't see anything at all. There we go. Well, seems to me Maybe I should look at some comments. I gotta get back into the groove. Here we are. Yes, Andrea Lynn, that's a damn goat. That is a damn goat, yeah. Let me read the comments all the way back from the beginning because I don't know what's happening. I do know that Allison was here earlier than everybody somehow, which is really amazing. She pulled some magic tricks. She was here from the get-go. She was on point. I love the touch marks. I love my tattoos. I love my scarred hands. I love all that stuff. So the crystals, they stay the same. I don't glue anything back together. I like the touch points. Beautiful. Andrea Lynn, I have not seen you in a while. You showed up 3:15. I don't know what time it is. I really don't. I'm gonna try to get into the other part of this pocket and not have the camera feel the bang of the bang. So I'm gonna try to move you just a little bit. I'm gonna move you, but I'm gonna try to do it in a way that is both responsible and I don't want to inappropriately touch you if you don't want to be touched. But either way, you're still coming over here because that's the rules. And I make the rules. Here we go. So hopefully that was of little to no consequence to you, the viewer, and you feel comfy and nice. I feel comfy and nice. Okay, let's go. Enough with the bullshit. Let's break some things and get back to how we normally do things around here. And that is however the hell I want to do it. Which is the way that we always do things here. And that's why we find the crystals. I'm wearing my trusty Vans today. Just so you know, suede Vans. So I'm not going to get too crazy with the rocks. Because you could smush a toe, you know. You hurt your kneecap. Smush your leg. But I'm still going to do some things to some things. And we're going to move this box over to here. All my chisels are fucking ruined. Yours is better than mine. I think we can all agree on that. We don't have to. even the wind can cause absolute chaos. Even the wind. There's just nowhere that's stable. Okay, here we are. Live and direct in Herkimer County. This is WROX. I'm Sean Adam, your host. This is live at Rock and Roll. And sometimes even getting a new tripod doesn't matter. It's gonna fall over anyway. This might be a better view. You can see a little bit better. I said better 3 times. Okay, don't say better anymore in this section of the program. I'm just gonna get back to work. Okay, I'm closer now, babe. Hopefully you can hear me now. We're here. That's the side door. This is the front door of the pocket. Where am I? Where the am I? Oh, I'm over here. Okay, great. Here we are. I'm over here. All right, so this is the front door of this pocket. It's a donut pocket. It goes around a big circle. We got a big toe going right down through here. It goes right down also through the middle of the pocket. As you can see, it has a kind of a columnar middle descent. And that occurs continuing back through the pocket, but the water has somehow created what we call a donut pocket. So you can see that the creation of the donut pocket occurs because of the rounding off of the rock in this way, and it just kind of has a natural flow, but it creates a donut. And that brings me to my next very important message, is that WROX is brought to you in part by donuts and all the joy that they bring. There yet. We're on our way. We're on our way. Just set us free. Home sweet home. Tonight, I'm on my way. Just set me free. What's new? Holding it down. But one thing about me, I love rocks, so I understand them. They understand me. We have good negotiations. 2 of us, 4 of us, the 6 of us here.
Tune in daily as we mine for Herkimer diamonds in Herkimer County, New York. Live at Rock and Roll. Is brought to you by WROX. WROX. Here's the rock. And here are some more rocks that equal to will be about the same as that rock, but they're just a little bit different shapes. If you talk nice to a rock and you hit it with a hammer, it might do what you want it to do sometimes,
But not all the time.
because there's a certain amount of anarchy that comes with negotiating with rocks. But if you bring the roots along, they're pretty cool. They know some things about some things, and they can usually help you negotiate with the rocks.
Here's a good example
Of pre-negotiation which occurred between a rock and a root. A relatively small set of roots told this rock that when this rock meets me, I'm cool. He's cool. You should just go with him, it'll be fine, everything's gonna be great. He's all right. That's what this root said. So that was a long time ago. I don't know how they knew. If they knew when my arrival would be, I don't know. I just got here. I just got it. So they are really a great guide to tell me what's what with what.
and I believe them, okay? Because a lot of people told me a lot of stupid shit over the years. Unbelievable garbage. But when the rocks tell me something, I believe it. I just do. So here's what we have here. We have this donut pocket. So here you can see that there's rock here and it separates again here. All this is going to come out relatively easily because of the pre-negotiation process that the Secretary of State, the Roots, did. Not the band from Philadelphia, but rather this tree. So under here we have this roof of this pocket, and the roots have talked to it, and they've just really turned themselves into some beautiful things. They got to pick and choose what they wanted to do, and that made it a little more comfortable for everyone. And so they decided what shape they wanted to be, and then they did it, and everybody upheld their part of the bargain. And so now I'm here, and shit's about to get weird, maybe a little bit. A few crystals might come out, and don't want you guys to get too excited yet, because maybe no crystals will come out. I'm not gonna say for sure until one thing happens or the other thing happens. But I am taking off my glove. I'm removing some glasses which means I'm not going to do much banging. And I'm just going to check it out. Maybe I've got a little bit more room here on the camera. I'm going to check it out, and this is the part of the pocket where I was trying to reach up around here, and I could only get as far as this. This was a roadblock right there, and I could see it. And it's still sitting there, but it was sitting here like this. And anything I would pull up to here, you can still see my pull mark here if you look very closely. Very closely. Okay, you can see where this was here. I was pulling things up to it, but it would not go past this, which was stuck to the floor somehow with glue. Okay? Dinosaur blood glue. It's very popular in Herkimer County. We all have heard of it. We've been here before, I'm sure. I feel like we have. It seems like deja vu. So, all right, let's continue with this into the future, because we are moving swiftly in that direction. Here's a rock. I think this might be a rock. This could very well be, by my judgment, a crystal. And there it is. That is some kind of a clustery floater thing. I don't think I feel a touch point. I think I feel clustery, floatery thing with a little bit of a key mark on the bottom. But aside from that, flustered cluster. Yeah. Chinese star looking clustery thing. Okay, so there's that thing. Okay, I found this plate. It's a dolomite plate, so we're just gonna go ahead and we're gonna put the crystals on the plate. And we're going to leave the plate here for our viewing pleasure. We're gonna make a table. A miner's table. Okay, and there we go. Now we have a miniature miner's table, and I think that's quite quaint and seems cute. Not gonna delete it later. Okay, here's a rock, and most certainly we are going to find more of those. I'm sure there's going to be crystals in here. I think maybe some of this is the collapsed ceiling. It is. See, that's what collapsed ceiling looks like. Then you can, of course, way under there, you might see a little sparkle or something under there. That's because the crystals are under the ceiling. In here, this is a piece of the ceiling. Look at that chunk. Okay, so that at some time, who knows, I don't know, maybe a earthquake happened, or maybe a glacier through and caused a lot of disruption in the geologic table. Okay, so hopefully everyone has been informed and everyone is happy with the continuation of Wrecking Crew Season 2. I know maybe you might get sick of me and my lectures about stupid stuff. So sometimes it's maybe good to have some other people come, hang out, few different personalities on the show. It's not just me. Okay. But getting into this, I'm going to say yes. Yes, crystals are in here. Yes, this is roof. So there's going to be a little bit of an excavation trying to get the roof out only, leaving only crystals on the floor. Hopefully, that could be, maybe that can be achieved. Let me see where the crystals start. I believe that's a crystal. That's a crystal. This is roof. I don't think you can even see what I'm talking about. Okay, now that I realize that, I'm going to shove you just a little bit further into the vug. And there is a bee, and it is flying close. So don't be freaked out. This is a rock. I'm sitting on a ledge of a mountain reporting to you live in an investigative report about the Earth. We've come here together after a long journey of consequence and substance. We've eluded death. We finally have once again realized what we like to say is the reason for the season. And we just need to embrace together the journey that's been bestowed upon us to extract beautiful natural crystals from their resting place of millions of years. That's a rock. Which brings me to my next point. WROX reports the rocks daily. Noontime nuggets. We mine Herkimer diamonds daily and pull world-class Herkimer diamonds practically on demand. It's even better than on demand because you don't have to pay a pay-per-view charge to watch live at Rock and Roll. Here's another piece of the roof of this. It's all dolomite. And in an effort to show you how serious we are about our jobs here and on-demand crystal pulls, if you're just tuning in, or if you tuned in last Thursday and you've been watching us ever since, you know that we pull the crystals daily. And they're world class. And we are well prepared. And we're not shy about showing you all sexy like up close, maybe talking a little bit of dirty talk about all the minerals all over it. This is my new girlfriend. I don't remember her name. I just call her baby a lot. we've come so far together that we're entwined in the universe. Names don't matter. We're soulmates. Okay, so here's this crystal. It's got a little bit of an iron coating and a lot of friends. Okay, so don't mess with it. It's got a lot of friends, and if you make it mad, it's real powerful. Okay? A bee just bit me on the arm. I don't know why. But here we go. We're into it. We're gonna just put the crystals right over here and try to get it in the shot. Try to have a little bit of everything here at Rock and Roll. There we go. That's how we do it. Okay, try to be inclusive to all the things involved. Now, I'm just gonna not even waste any more time. We're gonna go ahead and just start pulling some crystals and some clusters, maybe, because this donut, I busted it right open. Why? Sponsored by donuts, made by donuts, made for donuts, donuts. Full float. We got maximum float on this. That is, every face has been just all up in the dirt, all sexy, just loving all up on that dirt. Okay, put it on the table. We got a tiny table. Here is a very small piece of rock. This is some roof. Roots, roots, roots. This is a flat tab right at the door. Might have some kind of a sandy bottom key mark. It separated from something when the roof collapsed at its key mark. So it's just a nice little button. That's what we call that, a button. Here's its friend. Yeah, so a lot of times when we get a collapsed roof like this, and it's a very old collapsed roof, we're gonna have some chunked up pieces like this. This seems to have been a pretty big room with crystals sitting on the floor. So when the roof fell, you saw how thick those pieces are. And to the demise of at least a few crystals on the top, it seems to have overpowered a few of them and chunked them into chunky chunkers. That was just one, and it separated into two pieces. This is not an uncommon way to find this kind of, but then once you maybe get down into the insulated pieces, they might not be affected at all. So in an effort to not have you cry yourselves to sleep tonight over broken crystals, I have jumped ahead into the next phase of our journey, which is to uncover this chunky top of the cluster. is some kind of a thing. I don't know what that was. So, there we have it. Some kind of a chunk. It's a real clear, nice, fully terminated, undamaged crystal. It's got a few friends. I actually don't see any damage on this. I see a key mark and no damage to any of this. So that is spectacular, and that is good. That's just a key mark right there. And then we have clean, clear faces. Clean, clear touch points on the crystals where they twin. Pretty cool. They look nice. These two are quite gemmy. There's a big fat chunk of anthraxolite in the middle of one, which makes it look cool, and the other one has nothing included. It doesn't look like right now. So I can't quite tell. But that's what they look like. Halfway semi, a little bit clean. And there's just a nice key mark shaped like an eye on the bottom. So that's a nice one when we get into the insulated stuff below the top layer that unfortunately maybe got a little bit too slammed by the roof. Like this is a piece a little bit too slammed by the roof. Part of the cluster probably made its way away from the cluster. Still a cool piece, maybe a cutter, we don't know. Okay, so we're gonna take these pieces, put them here. Here's a piece that was unaffected. Oh no, this piece also chunked off. It's got a little key mark, I believe. It's pretty filled with sand. It'll probably be really, really clear and have that key mark where it touched up with the cluster. This is the reason why a lot of these clusters are in separate pieces, because the big rooms at some point collapsed. Maybe, who knows when. I don't know when. I'm not going to guess. But we'll have a lot of chunk. We'll have some cutters in here. We'll have some nice points, but they'll all be rehealed likely, and all went in that cluster. So we're gonna just start putting that stuff in its own little pile, and the tailings from this in their own little pile, and we're just gonna keep going and look and see what's deeper. Hopefully it gets a little bit deeper, and that stuff was insulated. But this is all natural damage to these. Oh yeah, here's quite a few I just pulled up. This one looks like it's got a key mark, so it's still a really nice, perfect crystal. Yeah, it's got a nice pop right out at the key mark, and it's got some pretty gemmy features. Sort of a real hard clay on it. Right up to on that face. So yeah, this clay was getting wet and then drying out and getting wet and drying out. It became like clay pottery over these crystals. Pretty cool pieces. Nice gemmy pieces. All part of the same cluster, and then there will be some floaters that probably were sitting in the floor below the cluster. I think there was a cluster and the roof collapsed on it. This seems to be a floater, double terminated. Doesn't seem to have a touch mark. So we're starting to get to the gem clears with no touch marks. This one's got kind of a little bit of a touch mark on it from sand or something, I don't know. Here's a piece off the cluster. It's got some rehealing. It's kind of a button. The buttons tend to pop off rather easily because they're not focused crystals. Then they have a touch mark at like the halfway point, and they just pop right off as soon as they get slammed by something. Here's a chunky piece of something, probably a cutter. That was a pretty large crystal. Probably a cutter, I don't know. We'll find out. We got some calcite pieces. So maybe this is a floater. Yeah, it doesn't seem to have touch marks on that one. It's a nice floater. WROX. Okay. All rocks. On the rocks. We're on the rocks now. Okay. Here's a nice floater that probably wasn't attached to that cluster. I don't feel any touch marks yet. Oh, yep, there's a key mark. Still a nice double terminated crystal. Popped right off at its key mark. No damages. Just has some clay on it. I'm getting ahead of myself. Okay, I'm gonna look deeper here. Let me just drag some of this up off the floor. See what we got. It's gonna be a surprise for everyone, even me. I don't know what I have in my hand. Okay, I have this. I have this stuff. So clearly we have this one first. First of all, okay, so we're in this donut. And we're pulling out a cluster that got broken up by its own roof. Its apartment just fell right down on it. Here's a very small, floaty, nice gemmy crystal. Clay covered. It's going to be beautiful. That too seems to have a touch mark. That was part of that cluster. Okay, here's another. I love the touch marks. They're always geometrical, cool. It's not broken. It's just, now you can see inside of it. So it's cool. That's got a real nice anthraxolite iris in the middle of it. Okay, we're just gonna put that there. We're still going on this handful pile. A bunch of stuff, we don't know what was in it. This is what we have. That's kind of like a twin, might be a scepter. Maybe like one of those sideways scepter things. I don't know. It looks kind of like a twin. Actually, I think it's a twin because I see the second termination there. There's the first termination, second termination. rider twin scepter. Wanted to be a scepter, and it just kind of decided to be a Siamese twin. Okay. Here's a chunky piece of the biggest crystal, probably, of the bunch. That was broken away by the... That's a small one. Some roots got up all over it. Here's a rock just to keep you guys in check. That way you're absolutely sure when you know you find a crystal versus when you found a rock. Okay, here we go. Here's another. That's a really, really, really nice one. It's definitely got a key mark on the bottom. I can feel some geometry kicking around on there. This is water clear. Real nice. Look at that. Got a cool shape. It's got this nice key mark on the bottom. And there's this. Probably a bunch of other small ones on the bottom. Here's a few more. Let's see. Rocks. Here's one. I guess I grabbed one. But this one happens to be more than one. That is a floater cluster, so that's good. That is good. A floater cluster. I don't see any key mark. I don't see any. So maybe we're starting to get down to some of the little clusters that were around the base of the larger cluster. In this donut pocket, it really does seem to keep going. I don't really know what's in here yet. I'm still figuring it out, but we're still pulling out a little bit of the roof. And so it's hard to tell what's in there when the roof is on the floor. Could be anything. So we're gonna pull that out, and you see it'll just keep being this dolomite crystals and rock, and that means that it's just roof that fell, because the whole roof is dolomite. I'm trying not to mess around anything else except for grabbing the pieces of the roof, but I might be wrong, or there might be some special surprise that even I don't quite understand. It could happen even as soon as now. So this has just emerged from a different area than where the roof collapsed. So it is free of any, and some of its friends actually came with it too when I moved it. So here are some real swipes on a flawless Herkimer diamond that was sitting away from the collapsed area. And there are more. This is a Herkimer diamond that definitely was sitting in a cluster and did move itself out of the cluster and away from its friends slightly. But it suffered no damages, that being the difference. Maybe the collapse of the rest of it. So this one is pretty perfect. This clay is pretty thick. I don't know if I can even get that off there. Yeah, that's got to soak. That's a really nice one. Oh, Bonnie's here. She's very pretty. Almost. This Herkimer diamond is almost as pretty as Bonnie. Okay, we're gonna put this here on top of that, and there are right here, somewhere up under here, some friends of that particular crystal. Maybe we can see over here, under here, in there. I'm just gonna grab, this is a piece of dolomite crystal formation. This is a crystal. Also with a key mark. Also with some hard clay from a little bit further back in this area. So that's that. Maybe we can get a little bit better view. And maybe I should look at some comments. Okay, so I'm gonna say that this crystal is what I think is probably the most interesting, coolest one, in my opinion. It's very clear, and it has cool shapes that you don't see a lot. This shape on this side is kind of weird and cool. It's like a hawk nose, but it's like a dinosaur head shape. And I don't know what it would be called, these shapes. It's got an interesting scene happening across it, like with some inclusions. It's just really aesthetic. It's got a sharp chisel tip here, which is strange. It's an unlikely shape. So that is my call on this so far, is that one is weird and cool. And that's about it. So far. But there are quite a few more crystals right there in my view. And I'm just going to start grabbing some of them. I'll just grab a whole Maybe I'll just grab a whole handful of stuff and we'll see what we have, because I can't really see, honestly, around that corner without a light. Well, first let's grab this one because this is of size. Okay. That's got kind of like a rider right there, pretty sharp. Yeah, it's got like a little clustery thing going on here. Ooh, it's got a real nice gemmy rider over here. That's a real good one. I like that one. Kind of elongated shape. Rider. Clean off of my jeans real quick. So that's a real nice one. That is really perfect, world class, nice. It's got all the things. So that's a favorite so far. Definitely. And let's try this one. This one has a touch mark. It's part of the cluster that comes from the back. Didn't seem to get any damage, but kind of moved itself apart. I'm sure its key mark is going to be really perfect and geometric and cool. And that doesn't look like it's broken. You can see it. It's got 2 layers of key mark, and it's a real nice anthraxolite inclusion. It's a really aesthetic gem. It's really nice. These all have like these cool, weird scenes that look like paintings with the anthraxolite. It's kind of cool. Okay, so I'm going to just keep going. I'm going to pull some of these smalls. I feel like there's just a bunch of smalls sitting right here. I'm not sure. I think it looks like to me. Yeah. That's all just smalls from right there. And there's more smalls. So we've got stuff like this right here. All in a pile. Right here. A whole lot of them. It's a piece of the roof. Here's a crystal. Also has a key mark. Really, really gemmy. Point. Then we got a bunch of smalls like these. A whole lot of smalls. I'll show some. This is a real nice tabby one, floater, seems like, floater, tabby floater. Tabby floater. Has a little rider. It's a piece off the cluster. Bunch of pieces here. Little. Who's this? Well, there we have it, folks. There we have it. Here's a gem. Full float. Full float. All right, we're going to have to find another vessel soon to put some things in. I think I'm going to pull out a little bit more of this roof. Maybe some other stuff. I don't know, really. I really don't know. Okay, let's see what that is. What is this? What is this? There's one. So we'll throw that over there. And then we got 1, 2, 3, 4 rocks. Okay, so we're gonna hold on to this and throw the rest of it. And we're only left with this. And I'm pretty sure that's a thing. Yep, it's a thing. I've seen it. It's got a rider. Okay, here's some baby gems, maybe 1 or 2. Here's a nice size butte. Beautiful. Okay, so rock and roll clarity is here in this. We got some clarity kicking. We got some baby gems in there, baby ones. Let's see if we got anything big back there. Just check around and see. There's one. It's got a little touch mark with a key mark. All right, let's keep feeling for something. I think I got something. Feels like something. That's a rock. And then that's a something. That is a lot of clay on that something though. It's definitely a clay covered key marked bit of a cluster. I don't think I'll be able to get this clay off of it. It's got a perfect key mark, geometry, with some geometry, geometric style. Lots of pieces of this cluster in the back. A different cluster, I think. I can't quite tell. I'm gonna pull out a handful of smalls. A whole handful. We're gonna see what we got in it. What do we got in here? This one. Oh, we got this. We got this. We got this. Drop that one. Got it. Got it. Okay. And this piece. I think that may be it. So, we got those in a handful. This one seems interesting. And the clay is not so baked on. So these are very clear. Perfect. Broke away from their main cluster, but they're quite perfect. They have awesome geometric key marks. I love these. They're perfect. They're perfect. I just found this in a thing. So, we're gonna take, I found this in this, but we're gonna put these in this and take this out. So, here is an absolutely perfect gem. Really quite nice. And we got some chunky stuff that we found. Gonna put that in here. And we're gonna move this one, which is absolutely perfect. And then we're just gonna take a big handful of this stuff. While participating in a safety meeting, one large handful. I'm going to put it in there. One flew over here. I saw it, and I know that you saw it too. And there it is. It's going into the bin. These are all going into the bin. Everything's going into the bin. We're uncovering another safety meeting. It's very important to uncover those and stay safe. We're making a deposit into the bank of rock and roll with all of these and more to come, I'm sure. Here's what we have gathered from this, plus this, plus this. So far. But we're not done with this, and we still have this. Okay, great. So, as you can see, it's very important to get it together and see what's happening. We're going to throw that in there for now. And let it do its thing. For just a few moments. And then it'll go out. That means we're ready to continue. Okay, I think it's out, and we're just gonna keep exploring in this. WROX is brought to you by YouTube. Broadcasting people's crazy ideas, one live at a time. We'd like to thank YouTube for giving us this platform and spending billions of dollars on technology for us to be able to make complete jackasses of ourselves in public from the comfort of our homes. For others to watch. Maybe put our lives at risk. We never know. This is what we call an celestial got kind of a stepped growth pattern happening here. It's like a little castle, cathedral style thing going on. Pretty cool. That's a nice one. I like it a lot. I like the interesting ones. Now we're still like only right here in the beginning. I'm going to move you for a little bit into a different view. Maybe it'll be a better one. I don't know. Tell me in a comment. We're still dealing with some collapsed roof here, and I think it still keeps going even back into the pocket a little more. Some collapsed roof issues. Here's another one that has this cathedral growth pattern, which I really like, that happens on this side of the mine a lot. It's got like sometimes 2 points. It's double terminated still, but one side of it will come to a point, but it'll be 2 points. Usually it's 3 points, but this one is 2 really good points and then a rider. So I don't know if that signifies something. This is more like a doublet than cathedral, maybe. But it still equates to this cathedral. Now it's a, yeah, I think that's more of a double. That's a real nice one. It's got a really beautiful shape. It's really pretty. Cool. That's a real nice one. I'm glad that that didn't suffer any damages. It's full floater. Doesn't have any touch marks. And it has this real nice gemmy thing going on. Ian is here. Look at this thing. This thing's cool. Oh, maybe it does have a touch mark right inside it there. It has a, this was apparently the top or the side or something connected right in there. Now that I see it with the camera, it's got like a little mark in there. Real nice one. Okay, we're still pulling them out of the tailings. I found a little point in the tailings. I just found this little baby floater gem. It says there's 0 people here. There were people here earlier. Maybe everybody left. Well, I have to stay at work. It says Bonnie's here. Ian's here. Allison's here. Man, these are like my favorite people. Michael Armstrong's here. Andrea Lynn is here. Yep. But it says there's 0 people here. I don't know. This chat thing is kind of confusing sometimes. All right, here are some pieces of the roof. Here's a very, very, very small gem. Well, maybe there is nobody here. I don't know, maybe everybody disappeared. It's possible. That's a little cluster. Very tiny. just grabbing a handful, putting it up here, and look through it. Here's a real small one. We're gonna look through it up here. I think this is one, maybe. Nope, that's a rock. Okay. I think we're getting down to the floor in the front. Just in the front. But we're going to take all this and put it on our tiny tailings pile. And we are going to keep track of all of our tiny tailings. Because there are some things in there that we need. Let's see if this is the collapsed roof. This piece just came out of the roof. This is a tiny gem. Let's see if we can go right up to that. If we're still pulling crystals. Right up to it. We might have found the source of our collapsed roof area. Okay, it collapsed a very long time ago. But it did not hurt this crystal, which was fully floating in the mud below the cluster. So that one is perfect. This is a piece of the cluster, I think. Oh, no, that is a floating cluster. It's tiny, though. Maybe it has a slight touch mark on it somewhere. Oh, I don't think so. Okay, so that's a cool little cluster. Here's a chunked piece of the cluster from the top layer. Another chunked piece of the cluster from the top layer. Baby gems. A chunky piece and a baby gem. Baby gem. There's a real weird elongated thing. Where did it go? No, I just dropped it. Oh, there it is. There's a cool elongated kind of thing. It might be the... Oh, no, it's totally double terminated. Seems double terminated, doesn't seem... Oh, wait. Yeah. Double terminated. Tiny. Nope, this I believe might be the base of a scepter or a percher. One or the other. Has a little touch mark on one side. Yeah, I am pulling crystals out from under this roof and from on top of it. That's just kind of strange. So another bit must have fallen from above later or at the same time onto that roof that fell. A long, 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 long So I'm gonna try to get most of these up and out, move this roof out of the way, and we'll see what we can do. Wow, there's a lot of crystals in here, folks. And this roof just dropped right on them. And this is some sharp teeth dolomite kicking around up in there. Shark teeth. Shark tooth dolomite. That looks like that. That's some of the crushed bits. We're going to try to get some of these chunks out of here first. Way in the back, the big pieces. That's what the roof looks like. This is what's collapsed down. This is what the top of my hand is rubbing on as I stick my hand in there. So that's why I have to be very careful not to cut myself all up on this. Shark teeth. Chunk. The chunk of chunks. I'm gonna grab a thing. This seems to be have a key mark on it. A real nice piece. Let's see what else is kind of just hanging out back there. Okay, so we're making some progress with the roof all the way in the back. We got a few crystals out of the front of this. Well, it's not the front, it's the side of this donut. Andrea Lynn, great, you're here. It's difficult. It says there's only one person, and then it's like, I don't know. I only look at once in a while. And it's good to know, because I don't know who is here and who's not here. I'm gonna see, still feels like roof. We're gonna be pulling some roof. Chunky, sharp, shark teeth, baby shark teeth roof. It's all chunked up in there. And it just keeps going. And we got crystals, 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 and I feel them in there. And there's just layering, really a lot of crystals. And we're still going with this donut, and I'm trying to feel my way into this roof collapse. Let's see if we can navigate and negotiate it. But I think I'm going to start out going to the right. I've really cleared to the left so far up to the rock. But to the right is the area that I was not able to pull over the side of the donut from the other direction. We have a few smalls left right here in this area in the front, and maybe some bigger ones, maybe. There's a little bit of a dip here in the very front of the area that I'm in now. I can feel something there. I can't move it. So we'll have to investigate that. But I'm grabbing what I can off of the floor. And we're slowly moving it up the hill into some place that we can examine it. We're just going to put all that there. I see something else being shiny and attractive down there. I just want to get this front. For now, because I can feel where it changes to just a field of crystals. And to give you an example, this is one of the first ones. This is one of the first ones in that field of dreams that I feel inside of there. And it just goes these. Now, I don't know what this is or what it's made out of or where the hell it came from, but I know that when I stick my hand in there, deep, deep, deep in the hole of this hot babe we call Mother Nature, she's got magic in there. Sexy magic. So we're going to get into these. We're going to get into these. And these are what we want. These are exactly what we're looking for. We probably found them. So we found quite a few crystals over the course of the past 10 days with the boys, and we've sent them off on their journey with all of their riches, fortune, and fame. And now we're back to regular rock and roll business. Just you and me, kids. So there's one to go on the table. I'm gonna stick, oh wait, we still have these. These are still some of the cluster. This is the stuff that was in the front. Yeah, we've got some baby gems. We got some, unfortunately, broken bits of that cluster. This is a nice one. This is a rock. This is a rock. This is a rock. That's a rock. Not Iraq, the place that America invaded for absolutely no reason in the 90s and sent lots of our sons and daughters to die for. Not that. just rocks, you know. Not the cradle of civilization. Okay, here we are with a very shiny crystal that has come from a bunch of sand deep within the earth. I'm Sean Adam, your host, and this is WROX. We report the rocks, and this is a mineral. Okay. Well, I think in my hand I might have a few things that we might want to talk about. And they might be personal, and they might make a few people uncomfortable because it's kind of a sexy topic. And I'm going to just go ahead and let you know it's this. It's this. And one thing that this thing is going to do is just take all this sand off, and it's going to automatically, as soon as you meet it, just get naked and reveal all to you and you and you. Everybody in the whole room. This crystal feels no shame, has no reason to. It's sharp and beautiful. But it's going to get naked, and it's going to happen fast. It's going to be like you met on Craigslist and everybody knows what's going on. She cleans up nice. She's purty. All of these crystals have just a little bit of iron staining. Here's a bunch of little small ones that were in there in that handful, and a root. This is a very important root because this root is actually an employee of Rock and Roll Mine, and did an incredible amount of work over the course of decades, and has since deceased and will be laid to rest on the tailings pile. It brought with it from the depths and bowels of the earth some of the most sought after gems in the world. Herkimer diamonds. They're not really diamonds. We just call them that because they come out of the ground and they have facets. They're pretty. And they're shaped like we like to cut kimberlite crystals. And then we call them diamonds. So here we are. We got some stuff. We're going to put some stuff in there. This might be a something. That is a something. It was just right there on the lip of the other thing. It looked like nothing, but you know, sometimes something might look like nothing, but it's really something. And this would be one of those times. Because this really is something. Let's see if I can find a big thing that isn't a rock. And let's see if we can talk about that. Well, I'm just going to say that this is a pretty epic group of things. It really goes. And they're really in there. And I'm feeling some things. They're in front of other things, or over other things. yeah, we got some bigger things behind some other things. So I might have to pull a few things that are maybe a little medium-sized things, I think. But after that, there are some things that are bigger than this, and some things that are smaller than this also. And this was definitely, again, part of a cluster. This is on top. This is on the top of some other stuff. I'm just going to start pulling some of the things in the front a little bit forward and grabbing a handful of them. Because some of them are smalls and some of them are roof. I can't always tell the difference. The crows are crowing. We have discovered some discoveries. I'm just going to take the roof out. And then the rest will be crystals, or pieces thereof, baby pieces. Okay. I'm friends with the crows and the bats. All of these are crystals. I'm just going to put them in there. They're quite dirty. And that clay is going to have to soak off. Here's one that can have a swipe. This one doesn't have as much of the clay. Has a key mark. Quite a few of these crystals were keyed in together. I am going to take a look and see if I can see anything. I don't think I'll be able to because I think it curves up and over like a hill. Oh yeah, I can see some things. Some smalls, some more roof. We've got kind of interesting. Not really a very good view, but I can kind of see what's going on a little bit better. All right. Gives me a map, at least, some idea. But I wouldn't really even be able to stick the camera in there for you to see, so it's kind of pointless to try. I'm going to try to pull a bigger piece of this roof out so I can get, well, I think maybe I have a bigger crystal in my hand. Not a giant crystal, but it is a bigger crystal, and it is a cathedral, celestial, really nice bunch of grouping of what looks to be like some anthraxolite black inclusions on some of the smaller pieces of the group, which is pretty cool. Gives it a cool contrast. Okay. So this is Rock and Roll, live at Rock and Roll in Herkimer County, New York, where we pull Herkimer diamonds from pockets and vugs in live broadcasts, unedited, daily. It's the only place in the world where you can see live mining information. You can watch some tips and tricks. You can even watch for free. We pull world-class Herkimer diamonds out of the ground, and we just freaking love them. Okay, all of them, every one of them. So this is what everyone at Rock and Roll has chosen to do with our lives. It's what I am doing every day, live, for all the world to see. If I don't find anything, I just don't find anything. There's a bunch of Herkimer diamonds in there. I just can't even explain to you how many. And I'm gonna grab what I see is an exposed, available, bigger one, I think. If I'm grabbing the right thing, I think I am. I think I got it. I think I've got it. It's got kind of a clustery thing going on. Yeah, it's pretty important that all pockets be emptied by me here. Vugs is a different thing. Pockets, I have to do the emptying of all pockets. It's just the way it goes. It's how it has to be. Them's the rules. I didn't make them. I just follow them to a T. That's the reason why I'm the one that has to empty the pocket. Here's two. They were like this just a second ago. Well, they still are. But now they're like this. I'm going to take a break in just a moment. I'm gonna turn this light off. That light looks so yellowy green in the videos, but it doesn't look that way in the room, in the world. It doesn't look yellowy green. Here's a piece that a bunch of stuff was kind of stuck to with key marks and stuff. It's kind of like in the middle of a couple of pieces. It's a nice chunk. Beautiful face on that. So here's its friend. These are getting to be the kind of clay that I can't take off without soaking it. Here is the most beautiful thing that we have found as of yet. Noticeably beautiful. And perfect. It's still changing temperatures, so it has a little bit of a frosty fog on it. We've talked about it. So I sit it on a piece of dolomite that came out of the same area that it was in, and I'm gonna have a cigarette and read some of the comments. I appreciate everyone who's hanging out. I appreciate everyone who has been patient with the work and the workers and the fact that we're not really professional YouTubers. We're just happen to be on YouTube, I guess. I don't know. Here I am. It was a little bit confused there for a week on the YouTube channel. A lot of things were going on. We got a lot of copyright violations. We were listening to music, we were working, we were just kind of recording and letting it go. So it wasn't really the normal broadcast. In a way, it was kind of like the company barbecue. Somebody is out there using some big machines. Seems like to me somebody found something, because it's a little late. Seems like to me. Okay, here I come with this what may be a larger size crystal. Feels like it. Might have a piece of roof in front of it that I gotta pull out first. Piece of roof or two. Seems like roof. Roof number 1. I feel that crystal, and I think I'm gonna get this roof out, and then I'll be able to get the crystal out. I think everybody's gonna like it. Here's the roof. Just like I done said. Okay. I got excited and I dropped my cigarette. I was gonna have a cigarette and take a break for a second, but I just seem I'm incapable of that, so I'm gonna just pull this crystal out of here instead. It's this one. Know what I'm saying? Full float, y'all. No touch mark on that one. So maybe. Oh, there's a touch mark right there. Touch mark. Key mark. Beautiful cluster. Best cluster of this area, I think, yet. This best cluster. This one wins best cluster. Okay, so that's a nice small shelf piece. Definitely a banger. Absolute banger. Let me clean this off with my jeans a little bit. I don't see any damage on it. Never get very excited when I find a pocket. I'm just happy that all of my work is paying off, honestly. That's a nice one. Really nice one. It makes me happy to find the right stuff. Okay, so that's a real nice triplet. They're all friends forever. Oh wait, we're gonna put this here. Then we're gonna pull this back out so you can check it out. And let's see what else we have in there. There may be something else behind that. There's a bunch of stuff in front of it. That was just a larger crystal that I could see smaller stuff in front of. Big crystal. I'm gonna get a handful of smalls. See if I can get down to a larger piece or just get these smalls out of the way. They're not very small. They're small compared to that. I mean, smalls here are tiny and they're perfect and they're beautiful. These are mediums, technically, but probably some smalls in here too. I just saw a small pop right out of the pile clean. There's a small. Perfect. Little small. So there's that. So we got a lot of these in that handful. A bunch of these. All seem floaty. Seem clean. Got a bunch of them. Let's check them out. Let's check them out. Some pieces of that cluster. twin. That's a miniature version of what we just found that was big. Sort of a twinned thing. There's a piece of that cluster that chunked. Then some smalls that are floaters. Bunch of them. Not super small, but not big. All real perfect. Covered in clay. A lot of roof. We got a lot of roof. Yep. Got some roof. And a small. A little small something. There's a lot of smalls in that tailing stuff. Still see some visible back there. And when they're visible, they are visible. If I can see you, you're coming with me. That's a good size one. It's got a key mark. It's from that cluster piece all the way in the back. There's a cluster piece in the front and a cluster piece in the back, it seems. So we'll set this here. Pull that back out. I swear I'm gonna take a break in just a moment. I really am. I want to see about if there's a bigger crystal back there at all, because I feel that there is. I just haven't reached it yet. There are some. I mean, it depends on what you think a bigger crystal is. That's a bigger crystal. That is a big crystal. I stand corrected, friends. Okay. We're going to take a look at this one, because that's really something. It's got like a rider here. Okay, that's a real nice one. Okay. Donna, hello. I just saw your comments. Welcome back. I am still pulling gems. I just noticed your comment. Let me take a look up in here and see. I really feel like got some smalls on the leading on the way up. And what do we have over here? I think we have some larger things. Yeah, I think so. Up and to the right. Maybe I have to go in with my other arm.
I'll try anything. Let's see. Yeah, I think we found it.
Yeah, there it is. That's the one. That's one of the ones. So we'll just turn that off and let this do some adjusting. Well, there's one of them. It's got a little key there. Something keyed into it there. That's pretty tough clay on that face. Can't get that off really. It's got this rider. I think that's the biggest one from this yet. I think. Has to be. Yeah, this is the biggest one so far. Could very well be the biggest one in there. I don't know yet. But that's a real nice one. natural. Just came out of the ground. All natural, just like all my ex-girlfriends. This is my girlfriend now. So there we have it. The chunk is real. Let's see what else we have in there. I see another that I would like to expedite. There are quite a few in here. So I'm kind of picking and choosing. I think this one really deserves your attention. I think this one deserves everyone's attention. Because I think it's the one. The first one of the ones. We're going to take a walk out here to the light so that we can take a look at this. Here's where we are. Deep up in this donut. There's a donut right there. Donut pocket. Not a vug. Wrecking Crew boys took a good amount of beautiful crystals from a vug. And then we called pocket. So here at the mine, I'm the only one that empties pockets for reasons. And I'm going to show you one of the reasons right now. Because these have to be pulled in a very specific way. And it has to be rock and roll standards. Standard protocol. Because them's the rules. I didn't make them. I just follow them. You gotta follow the rules. Always gotta follow the rules. And then everything will be fine. So there's that. That's a palmer. That's what we call that. Call that a palmer. Still got to get cleaned up. It's not the most clarity. It's a little smoky. It's a little blue. It's a nice size. It's a really beautiful crystal. All of its terminations are really perfect. Just trying to get some of the mud out of it. important that these crystals come out of the ground in a very gentle way. Here at Rock and Roll, that's what we do. We bring these crystals. I don't know why that won't focus, but you know, we're always dealing with something here. So here it is. This is the chunky baby from the pocket that we're working on right now. This broken camera gets on my nerves. Really gets on my nerves. Okay, so this thing is crazy. There's probably more in there. Feeling hungry. That is so blurry. Why? Why are you blurry? Try that way. How about that? Got some anthraxolite, got some touch points. Some of this is going to get cleaned out. It's just where it's touching. Sitting like this in the back of that log, the back of that pocket. It's a nice size palmer. So that's a really good one. Live at Rock and Roll is brought to you by WROX. Tune in daily while we mine for Herkimer diamonds. The only live daily broadcast mining Herkimer diamonds in the world. In the world. Okay. We're back at the pocket area. We're here. We're going to put this big crystal here on the shelf. It's getting dark. It already is kind of dark in the broadcast, I'm sure. I'm going to turn this light on, and we're going to get spooky. How about that much light? Okay. If there is another large crystal back there, I am going to pull it out. If there are a bunch of small ones in there, I'm going to pull them in tomorrow's broadcast. Because small ones don't go very well at night. I don't want to pull out a bunch of tailings. They're kind of still in their natural configuration, and I like that. I think I see a good size crystal behind that large one. So, I'm gonna feel around, see what's going on. And yes, I have a good medium-sized one in front of it. A really good medium size. Beautiful point, double terminated with a rider. Really, really gemmy, really, really clear. one of the clearer ones that I've pulled. Really nice. Not sure if you can see that. Super jammy. Got a rider on it. I think you can. Live from a hole in the earth. I'm Sean Adam, your host. And this is Live at Rock and Roll. That is a gem clear, crazy beautiful crystal like you just wouldn't believe. I don't think the camera even can give it the credit it needs. Don't think so. Maybe. Somebody let me know. How does that look? Like garbage, or does that look good? I don't know. But I'm gonna put that in here with its friends. There are a bunch of smalls at the door, and we're gonna get in there and get this fat baby out. Mosquitoes are attacking me. I'm trying, guys. I'm trying. Okay? Got all kinds of stuff going on. It's getting dark. But we're gonna keep going. Okay? That's a nice one. So there's that one. You can see right through it. It's got some iron staining on it.
Wow, guys and girls. Let's see what's going on in this hand.
Everything I just dropped out of my hand is crystal. Not one piece of that was roof. Every piece is a crystal. So that's a banger. Absolute banger right there. No touch marks. It's got some clay, of course. It's got some anthracite inclusions. Might have hydro. Might. It's looking like maybe. That's a touch mark. But it's crystal faces, so it's a key mark. It's got some crazy anthracite inclusion. It's awesome. And it's got a real nice shape. Absolute world-class gem right there. Here's its friend. World-class gem. Oh, got a touch mark on the bottom. Damn it. Yep, touch marks. Key marks, not touch marks. These are clear, beautiful. Have some perfect inclusions. Sorry, wasn't looking in the camera. These are perfect. Every piece that I pulled up is a crystal. That's a scepter. That's a scepter, y'all. Oh, not. I'll have to look later. I thought it looked like one for a second. I don't think it is, though. That's a piece of the cluster. This is a piece of the cluster. They all have touch marks, key marks. Piece of the, oh, that one might be a float. Nope, that one has a key mark. Okay, so we got all those. And here's a couple more just sitting here that I was dragging up but got left behind. And this one looks like a floater. No key mark so far. Yep, no key mark on this one. It's got a rider on the top. Yeah, I don't see a key mark anywhere yet. There might be one on the very base of the C-axis. Or that's the floater. I mean, that's the rider. So many words. There are so many words. Okay. I'm gonna go for these bigger ones that are all the way in the back. I've got some tinies on the way up the slope, but I just want to get to the back. I can because I'm curious how far it goes. That's what I was hoping. All right, here comes another. There we go. Okay. That is a chunk of a nice big crystal. Oops. This thing is heavy. It's too bright. So that's a Palmer double. More like a small cabinet piece than a Palmer, but it's definitely quite a crystal. We'll have to look at these in the morning, but there's a lot of clay on these, so they're kind of hard to clean. But all these faces are going to be nice and clean, I can tell. They're just got to soak. To get all this clay off here. Okay. There's like a rider there. It's definitely a double. I think it has a key mark, and it's No, I guess not. Yeah, there's maybe one small key mark or small crystal went into it, but this thing is crystal clear. Can't maybe see it in the flashlight 'cause it's got yellow light, but this thing is really clear. Probably like 250 grams, maybe a little smaller, maybe like 180 grams, double. Really, really nice. Really nice one. And I'm gonna see about getting up in this right hand corner around this bend if I can reach. Feel on the bottom, feeling some mediums that were on top of that big one. Grab those out. Front. That might just be a rock. Is there one rock and one crystal? That's a good ratio. Get some work done and get a crystal. Some things are getting dragged up to the front. There's some dolomite. Here's some roof. Let's see what we got back there. You guys see some things? I'm gonna go. Here's one right here. Small one. Gem. Perfect gem. Floater. Here's another. Also a floater. No touch marks on that, no key marks. Hold please while I stick my arm in the earth. Okay, here we go. Here's a rock. I do believe that is in fact a rock. Okay. That did look like a crystal. There's one crystal sitting right there. Real nice size. Probably a floater. Looks like a floater. Seems like a floater. Might have the slightest key mark, I think it does. or that's a record keeper. Okay. This one had a carbon bubble, or no, that's a record. That's a key mark, just a slight key mark. Looks like it might have been a little bit squished by a rock. These things are getting pretty there now. I'm gonna have to make some more room. Okay, let me see what I got here. I'm gonna have to make more room for my arm to move. I think I'll have to wait until tomorrow to do that. These are extremely clear. These are AAA clear at an absurd size. Hopefully there's no touch marks or key marks. But if there are, it's fine. It'll be fine. I don't see any yet. There's kind of like a little rider, or nope, that actually is a little touch right there. It's the slightest touch. It may have been touching its neighbor. Probably was. These are really, really clear. This also has a touch mark. Or a key mark, I keep saying touch mark. These are all key marks, not touch marks. They're all sitting in the sand. But they are a little bit starting to get close to the roof. These are crazy clear. Really nice. It's a good size. perfect gems. I keep thinking that I'm able to grab this one that I keep trying to get, and I keep just coming short of grabbing it. Let's see if I can maybe try to grab it with the copper. Here's a crystal right here that fell down. Sweet geometric key mark on this really tabby tab. 2 key marks. This was a middle piece between 2 clusters. Between 2 crystals on the cluster. And here's a really, really gemmy key marked percher. And let's see about this. This is a really clear got a slight geometric key mark on this really clear. Nice one. Really nice. So we're starting to get deep into this thing, and they're still coming. So I'm gonna start using this tool a little bit more. There's a lot of tiny gems in this tailing drag. There's still quite a few larger sizes in here, but I think I see the back of the dog or the pocket. Yeah, there's quite a few crystals still. Here's 2. See something interesting and cool all the way in the back that I'm trying to get at without breaking. So I'm pulling it up to the front. Now I just got it free. on the back wall in one area. The final crystals on the wall, on one wall at least. These are really, really nice. So there's that one. Here's another. Has a key mark. Really, really crystal clear. Key mark on the other side. And there's this one. Also has key marks. These all have to get cleaned up. This is a hawk-nosed kind of tabby with a key mark in the middle on the front and a key mark in the middle on the back. So this was kind of between two as a hawk-nose formation. Just check a little bit and see if there's anything else in that little area right there. Bunch of smalls. Drag it up. On this side, on the right hand side, I think there are still crystals in the dirt. Yeah, I think we'll still have a good selection of pulls for the morning in this area. We got lots of smalls. Really a lot of smalls. They're just coming out like crazy. Still some roof to clean, and maybe still some bigger pieces in the different directions. I really don't know yet. There's lots of areas still in this. This is how these pockets go. They can go all different directions. Maybe they can only go one direction. It's all up to the pocket. There's quite a few of these right here that I just dragged up to the front. I think I'll leave these here to acclimate to the air overnight. So they can have time to do their thing. There's a bunch of tinies behind all these. And there's more of these. Here at Rock and Roll. put these in with the others and let them all hang out tonight, like I always do. Let them get used to the temperature. These are gem clears. I think it still keeps going, but I'm gonna have to get a little further up in there and get a little more room for my arm. But tomorrow will be another good day. We'll have, that's a nice little cluster floater. We'll have plenty of things to do. Yeah, that's a bunch of little crystals. Maybe like 6 or 8 crystals in a little chain. In a mini chain. I think I can see some things over here to the right side. I keep trying to reach. I might have to do a little bit more researching this rock in the morning to figure out what does what and why. But my arm can only fit in and move in certain directions as it is. So I think I just knocked something down in there. Trying to get as far as I can possibly get. Still keeps going much further than I can go. So if I can get my arm further tomorrow, that'd be great. But right now, I think that's about as far as I can get it. Just cleaning stuff off the floor. Trying to get as much of this floor out as I can. With some smalls. A whole lot of dolomite. Probably 100 smalls in my hand right now with a bunch of dolomite. Just cleaning out this floor. Taking it all with me. Gathering it up. Okay. So that's a pile of small crystals and a bunch of dolomite. And the pocket looks pretty clear of a lot of those small smallest that I could see. So a lot of them must be in here. So tomorrow morning, around 9 a.m., I'm going to come out here and I'm going to go through all this, put it all in a bucket. Okay. It's looking good, y'all. Nice and clean. Totally organized. Looking great. I got some areas that I can't quite reach yet. We're going to break into them tomorrow when it's safer to hit some rocks and not rude to our wonderful neighbors. Oh, there's one. See it popping out right now. It's a good size one. Okay, here we are. This is what we're looking at. This is what we're doing. That's the pile of stuff that came from the middle. This is the pile of stuff that came from the front. We have crystals all over the place. We have crystals. Here's a couple that I just laid there. That's that hawk nose. Oops. Too bright. Okay. Trying to get too bright with it. Here's another piece. All right. So, this is what I've collected so far from this section of this pocket. And here are some of the larger pieces on this dolomite. This is one of the larger pieces. It's really the biggest one to come out of this so far. And that's just one. And there are some real nice gemmy friends. We've got this large one that came out. So we have two nice large ones, whole lot of mediums, and this incredible cluster of three, this triplet, and this perfect gem. So those four are really incredible, and we have a good selection of others and a lot of work to do tomorrow. So with that in mind, I will sign out for the night, and we will reconvene tomorrow for more Live at Rock and Roll Here's a glimpse into some buckets and boxes. We're going to leave these big ones out here to acclimate themselves. And the rest will come to be cleaned at some point in the next day or two. And of course, I will continue to work in the other areas of the mine. We're all going to go inside together and or maybe I'll just end it here. It's a lot to carry. It's a lot to deal with. So, thank you for hanging out. I'm going to sign out now, and I will talk to you all later. Have a good night. I'm Sean Adam, your host, and as usual, this is rock and roll. I don't know where I'm looking with this camera. Here we are at rock and roll. Just wanted to prove it to you. That way you don't think that it's like a fake moon landing. We're really on the moon. And I'm Sean Adam, your host. This is WROX News Radio 99. We report the rocks daily, pulling Herkimer diamonds from the earth in Herkimer County. We're hitting vugs. We're hitting pockets. We're finding tinies left and right. WROX. Rock.